Oh, did I? Oh, crud. 60 seconds will do. Oh, man. Excuse me. Hello. No, my gamer. However, am I going to afford gaming? Oh, hi. Hello, and welcome back to this. I did a little bit of work off stream, not really anything obviously fancy. Honestly, I forget between the last streams, I might have done this whole converting everything into sand already. Alright. One thing I did forget to do at the end of the last stream that I wanted to keep doing is, oh wait. Wait, no, I think it's like 180 this way. No, that's 0. This one's 180. Aha! I just want to, like, I don't know, take screenshots of these as I go. That means death and taxes. I've been old if that means death and taxes. Anyway, I guess my habit of keeping a map on me continues. Though I think, if I recall right, no, the thing is set up for it. Right, so, between streams, I tested a couple things. I think most of this is basically how it was. The only thing I really did, I fixed the ocean around the volcano. Game's not gonna like me flying around like this. And I have my underwater vision off. But I guess I smoothed the oceans finally. And I converted some areas to gravel. Basically I just did the stuff in the ocean that I was supposed to do. Also kind of parametered the different ocean colors I think it'll probably have. But I didn't really fill them in. Just a lot of busy work kind of stuff. I had downtime this week where I was just like tired and not really doing much else. Don't do that. I need that. Yeah, I did convert this all to, one thing I don't understand is why the oceans are bright with this, like, the way this generates the underwater chunks. I don't know what's up with that. Like, this area is bright, but not everywhere. But yeah, I converted this properly to, warm ocean. So yeah, now everywhere the fish spawn, and it's very pretty. E? What do you mean E? Not tinnitus happening, is there? I guess an odd thing I hadn't considered is, like... It means, like, the fish spawn even out here because I converted it all the way to the bay. But yeah, eventually, off-stream probably, I'll go around and convert this entire area to lukewarm ocean. Now, like, the one thing I didn't really... do... Brush, biome... Sphere... Oh, wait. Sphere... Yeah, radius first. If I just do one, and then... warm ocean, like... Yeah, so, like, something I would want to do is, like... I think for the way I like to do biomes... Because... there is some annoyance in the way that you, like... Like, the size of the biomes... Depending on the size of the brush... I don't know, I need, like, these edges to be, like, wobblier, I guess. And I'm not really sure the best way to do that with, like, the water. But, yeah, something like that probably is fine. No, there is not a, ultra high salinity ocean type in this game, I don't think. But yeah, I don't know. The problem... Okay, and I can demonstrate this over here. The problem I realized with Minecraft biomes while off stream is that there's not actually that many biomes. Like, there's a lot of biomes, but there's not actually that many that, like, color... where the color matters. Not many that matter in terms of color. Like, these are the 5 ocean colors. You've got regular ocean, which, like, most biomes, their shoreline is going to be the regular ocean color. So, like, I can't just do beach biome here, because it'll look ugly. But then there's, like, what is it? What is this one? What did I get? So yeah, I'm in regular ocean. Oh yeah, cold ocean, and then frozen ocean. Frozen's the one I was thinking of. Okay, I thought it was like something else, but yeah, then there's lukewarm, and then there's warm, and like that's a lot of color differences if you ask me. It's I just don't remember. Like, one second here. Actually, out of curiosity, I want to go look at something. Because, like, part of me thinks that the tools I have... I feel like the tools I have get worse access to biome colors than the actual world gen does. But I'm not sure. Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. Doing this while streaming. Oof. But maybe not. Like, I mean, look, I can immediately see it over here. Yeah, so this is lukewarm into just savanna. So you can see, like, any beachy area. Like, you don't realize this until you realize that, like, all of the nice colored biomes... Why is this so bad? Dear goodness, Minecraft, calm down. You know what? One second. I think I know what's going on. I think I have to turn that off for a second. Okay, there we go. I think it was trying to generate along with the world. Yeah, so, like, I mean, okay. The world gen seems... It might still be 4x4, but the world gen seems to get some, like, really nice lumpy edges. But the biome colors themselves do not blend any more than what I have access to. So no, yeah. The biome colors in this game are just bad. Or at least the transitions between them, because, like, it's just too noticeable. It's like old video game Vertex colors. Not even, like, newer games. Honestly, it's not even, like, on the level of Vertex colors at that point, just because, like, I don't know. The gradients are not, like, in block size. They're in, like, 4x4 block size. Anyway, let me go back. We'll never see that world again. Minecraft's a terrible game for data hoarding. In terms of, like, I just want to hoard the data. So yeah, I'm not sure what the best way of doing biome transitions is. Like... maybe I just want to make the edges wobbly and not have, like, these little spots on the inside. So, like, the transition can't dither that much. Yeah, that's probably a bit of what I need to do. But definitely, I just need the oceans to go up to the shoreline, because as is, the way that the game handles a lot of this stuff is ugly as heck. Because I also think this kind of thing you could actually see in real life in a couple weird places where, like, the salinity of the water is different. So it's a bit more expected, I guess. It's weird the way some of these patterns want to shape. Whoa. Come on. Behave! No! Stop being so square! No! What is going on? Oh gosh. Whatever, good, that's good. But yeah, that's you feel pain because currently I feel pain. That's yeah. That's a bit of the busy work I'll do off stream. For now... Alright, you square. Oh wait, that's not... Oops. There. Let me make sure this is just back to like a biome brush or something. But yeah, so, one of the things I did... If I can fly over here real quick again... Again, this map is huge, dude! Oh yeah, I was testing better ways of digging out these rivers. Over here. There's animals. So... These are all the biome colors we have to work with. Now, the one thing I didn't test, and I just realized I'm an idiot because I didn't test. I don't know if leaves have different biome colors. Excuse me. I just realized the nether particle effects are better than the actual in-game snow. Like, this is unironically... This is dust. This is dust from the nether. So this is a nether biome right here. If I go in here, you can tell. This nether biome has a better, like, snow type effect than the actual, like, snow weather. That's so stupid. So... It is weird, some of these different biomes that I have sitting here for, like, nether biomes. The sky gets different colors. But yeah, these are all the biomes. Like, so this one's swamp. But even swamp, all it does is have, like, the two colors between these two biomes. All the cold biomes are like this. Leaves. Sorry, yeah. This is the ocean biome, which is just, like, a little different from... Or the ocean biomes. Jungle. Oh, I'm in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so jungle. I think this one is plains. 1 second. I didn't make them full height chunk. Yeah, plains, forest, birch forest, meadow. Which meadow is, like, subtly different, I think. It's so hard to tell, though, so it's almost not worth, like, specifying. This one's taiga, I believe. Yeah. Snow plains. Stony peaks. Cherry grove. So, the thing I realized is quite a lot of these, yeah, they are color swatches. So I put this here so I can, like, use it in other like, so I can always come back and reference it. Actually, I'm kind of curious. This one? Sort of. This one. Oh, it's like between them. Well, you can tell grass is a different color on the map than the other thing, the other colors from before. But yeah, I was hoping there were more biome colors than this, and maybe with leaves there are, but I don't think so. But yeah, when you think about the biome colors it used to have, there were like a lot less. These last few updates added a couple more colors, and I definitely think maybe that's something that could be worth them going through and revising, is all of the biome stuff a little bit, like the colors and everything. Because, like, I really like the green of, like, the cherry, but I can't just have everything be cherry. Okay, so let me start grabbing some brushes. So I think I will start with. So I do want to test out digging out the rivers this way, because then, yeah, then I can kind of just come in here and schmoof it up afterward. But, I don't know. There might be a better brush for this. The thing is, of course, I can't just use, like, a sphere brush, because it doesn't... It's not, like, natural enough. I end up using these brushes because they're, like, a bit more natural shaped. And this river is, in all honesty, very flat, which is probably for the best. But yeah, so yeah, I guess these next few streams, I guess I'll probably be trying to work on areas with rivers. I am in a weird state of being where I kind of want to get these rivers taken care of, just because they're a little annoying. But anyway, with at least 2 people being here, I can at least already start talking about, holy moly, I had a week. Now, I guess Gold's already heard a bit of my week, but oh my goodness me. What a week I've had. I guess it's the kind of week where I can sum up that it's just like, it was legitimately that, what a week! Captain, it's only Wednesday! And then Thursday just didn't exist, I guess. I don't know. I definitely did not feel like I was experiencing time linearly. But that's probably because I'm horrible at sleeping properly. But yeah, so gosh, where to start? Probably my birthday, where, you know, the last time you all saw me, basically. Okay, so like one thing I will say, unfortunately my throat is back to being kind of sore. And in this case, it is unfortunately because I got a lot of dust in my throat at one point during the week, and now I'm like all grimy and messed up. Plus, well, you know, haven't had the best hydration. Everything is downhill from the cake. Yeah, basically. I mean, what? I mean, I've been in decently high enough spirits the last few days, I suppose. It's just been incredibly chaotic. Why did you inhale dust? We'll get to that part of the story. I mean, the actual inhaling dust is because I'm an idiot and should have been wearing a mask during something. But anyway. Yeah, so I might have mentioned it, but, like, I guess the first bit of busyness was, like... So, like, I had to clean the house before the stream. But then, after the stream, I had to immediately clean the house again. Because my dad was visiting one Sunday. Because Father's Day. Father! So, yeah, I mean, Dad visited, it was nice, you know, etc., etc. But, yeah, after that stream, had to clean up, had to make sure everything was good for the next day. Of the chaotic things related to Father's Day, none of them are really stream topics. I mean, what? One second. I need this to be brush, sphere, sand, 16, or no, 12. Mask, blue, wool. Start getting rid of all this wool. But anyway, so, let's see, what was Monday? How did this go? Monday was my birthday. Right. So yeah, that is where the, oh gosh. Again, this is why I'm like, it's only Wednesday when after everything went down, I guess. You have limits? I don't know. Some things just aren't interesting. But anyway, gosh, how did this all go? So if I'm recalling correctly, how did this go? Oh my gosh. So, if you recall, a problem that we are having in my area right now, I think I mentioned it was upcoming as a problem, but a problem right now is that there is a bit of a heat wave going on. I don't know if it's the same out your way. Maybe, possibly, the entire world is burning. Who knows? I mean, I say who knows, but, you know. All I have to do is ask. Yeah, anyway. The heat wave is getting worse this week. So I had to make sure things like the plants were watered. Now, here's the thing. And we kind of knew this a couple days, like, around my birthday. Like, around the time of the stream, I might have mentioned it was already becoming a thing. But then, yeah, by my birthday, it became a problem. The fact that our well is dying. And we were in the sort of awkward state of trying to figure out something to, I don't know, trying to figure out what needs fixed, Band-Aid fixing it in the meantime, stuff like that. And so one of the issues is, my oldest brother lives in, like, the basement room. I could get into a bit of weirdness of, like, why did he choose this room? He has other options. Yeah, so he unfortunately lives in the basement room that is right adjacent to all of, like, the reset mechanisms and like, you know, the access to the pump and, you know, the controls and everything. So there's this specific issue I hit where, so I'm already in a, one second. Well, it's dying. Yeah. So I'm already in sort of a state where, a state of being where, I am usually up. Oh no. I'm already staying up till like 5 or 6 in the morning. I can, like, get garden tasks done and stuff like that need done in the morning. And specifically, one of the things I was going to stay up a little extra late for was, so on my birthday, it's early morning, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stay up so that I can water the garden. And in this case, that would involve, because the water pressure was down for the watering I wanted to do, waiting for my brother to go to work, because usually he rushes right out the door once he wakes up, and then resetting it. The only thing I forgot is he goes to work at 10 a.m. So I'm up, it's like, you know, it's getting weird in terms of, oh man, I am up late. Get off me, Nat. It's a weird start to a birthday. Okay, where am I with this story? So I'm waiting, I'm doing other things in the meantime. And then right before my brother, like, literally, I'm still on the phone when my brother is, I'm still on the phone when my brother is going out the door. So almost 10 o'clock. So like maybe 9:30, 9:45, something like that. And I get a call from my neighbor who informs me that there is a weird guy standing in the street. Like, and like, yeah, I look out and it's just like, yeah, visible from window in the intersection, like right down the street. It's just a guy with a backpack that, like, my brother leaves, and he, I mentioned it to him on the way as he goes on his way out. A clown? Oh no. And yeah, he says it's just like, so he's just literally standing in the street, like, glaring at people. And yeah, so my neighbor was worried. Just because, she still had people home at her house. And so yeah, so now I'm like, oh no, I was going to go water the garden, but now I am worried about a strange man in my neighborhood. So I keep a watch out. I have doors locked. I don't know. He was a little weird. Okay, it would be one thing if he was just standing around. We have people that, like, it's a very active neighborhood. It's not unusual to have people just around. Bot, I don't even know what that anime is. What is that, bot? Who are you? Why would I just copy a whole database of animes? I don't know. And give you that knowledge. But anyway, so yeah, you know, I'm a little, because I'm tired. I'm a little weirded out. Yeah, if they were standing on the side of the road, it would be one thing, but it's just like I think at some point he started just walking down the street because I lost sight of him when I checked out the window again. But he must have still been in the road because I heard like cars beeping at him. So the thing about it, I guess, I was like waiting a little while. Like if he was still there, I would have probably called for like a wellness check because it was hot out already. But I guess he moved on, and I don't know what happened with the dude. I really don't know where that situation progressed. But yeah, so I was distracted with that. It was really weird to start to a birthday. Obviously, knowing me, I joked. Boy, I hope I don't get murdered on my birthday. But yeah, so that was something. I'm probably forgetting some details, but you know, it's been a weird week. So I go down to deal with the well pump. Basically, right now, one of the ways that we were just kind of solving it was to turn it on and turn it off again. I did that, and I did that, and I did that, and it's just not working. It wasn't working at the time. It had kind of been getting more difficult. I don't know why I felt like that was necessary. But yeah, definitely it had hit a point where it just wasn't. It wasn't having any of it, I guess. At least not that day. So the problem with it Oh, wait. I'm not sure if I want this. Wait a second. Wait a second. It's weird that the bot replies to you with that. Oh, it's this one. Okay. I just didn't know it by name. I mean, I've never watched it, but it's like one of those like super long-term little family shows that Japan likes. Let's let this go down the river a little bit more. Oh yeah. So the man has wandered off, and I'm going back to trying to deal with some of the well situation. And so like, okay, the problem with the well is that it's like it's failing to like pressurize basically. second. If I do something like this here. No, not like that. Well, one second. I need to figure out how I'm doing this. Maybe? No! I flattened it too much again. Yeah, maybe something like that. That'll do. Just carve out a couple bits. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm going back to trying to deal with the well so I can water the garden. The problem is, so here's the thing. Here's why watering the garden is important. Why it's like, oh, I have to do this in the morning, and why I stayed up for it is the whole issue. And I guess anybody that's had a garden knows this is a thing. The best time to water is in the morning, because especially if it's going to get like 92 degrees, which, just for reference sake, let's just do this real quick. Temperature 92. That is 33 Celsius. Like, basically, you know, I know for y'all, 30 Celsius is sort of the anchor point, where above 30 is hot, where for us above 90 is hot. But yeah, 90 is 32 Celsius, and, yeah, so, you know, somewhere around there in terms of it's gonna get hot that day. So I have to, like, even waiting till 10 o'clock, and this is why I haven't really, if the pressure is bad, I just don't bother with it now. I'm being very particular about this. Because by 10 o'clock it's already getting to be, like, too late. It's starting to get, like, warm. No! Oh wait, that one's still set to really dig. That's part of the problem. Ah, crud. Okay, how about instead we do it this way? I have to redo the middle island. But yeah, so, if you get, there's like a couple issues. Like, if you get water on the leaves, and it's super hot out, like, that's gonna cause, the leaves are gonna, like, burn, basically. And other issues like that. Oh, wait. Gosh, this is so annoying. I mean, this is some of what I'm trying to figure out how to do better. lower the intensity of that, because that's part of what went wrong a moment ago, is I had too large. Something interesting I saw recently was, yet again, the Netherlands are the masters of water. Using an interesting bubble system to attempt to filter plastic before it makes it to the ocean. Looked like it worked pretty well, too. Just because most of the plastic that would go down a river is that which would float. Anyway, let's see if I can continue my story, or if I get distracted again. So... Right, yeah, so the, I really, really wanted to water in the morning, because it was going to get really hot, and we hadn't watered properly for a bit there. Oh no, Thomas is turning into a bot. Yeah, so it didn't work out, let's just say. I couldn't get the pump back to full, like, pressure. And so part of the weirdness of when it's like that is that, the pump still works. The problem it has is it can't keep consistent pressure. Now, okay, so there's like two issues, I guess, here. Sometimes the pump doesn't work, is the other problem. But the one, like, major issue in this case was that it would try, but it wouldn't ever, like, catch that point. So, like, PSI being the standard of like pressure for this kind of stuff. Where our pressure tank, when it's working properly, gets it up to something like oh no. Usually it would get it up to something like 50 PSI. The pump can do about like 15, I guess. But obviously it's not like it like holds that like super consistently. There, like, it varies a bit, and you use it a bit and it kind of goes down a bit, and I don't know, there's problems is what I'm getting at. The areas are so lumpy still, even after smoothing them out. I almost wonder if I went too far with the way I did these hills. But yeah, so there's a couple issues. Like, we fixed something some months ago or last year or whatever that helped it, but that was like a band-aid fix. It's been getting worse like forever, and you know, it's just that issue of actually all of these things cost a lot of money to deal with. And so there is a level of like putting off doing it the proper way. Or like going all in on just repairing everything, because like the part of the issue is the well pump itself is at the end of its lifespan, which is like 10 to 15 years. You know, it was here when we moved into the house, and now we've been here like 12 years. So do the math, and meanwhile the Meanwhile, the well itself, those tend to have like something like 50-year lifespans, and I'm assuming it's probably the original well that this house had. They might have re-drilled it, but I'm not sure which. family before us would have re-drilled it, because I'm pretty sure this is like a 70-year-old house. So give or take how old that well actually is. Also a problem. Yeah, so varying issues. Okay, bot. That's the theme of today. I could have a topic about AI and anime at the same time. So anyway, the the plus side is the pump was working. We weren't having the issue where the pump wouldn't turn back on. It just couldn't get pressurized that morning of my birthday. So I was able to, at least, waiting a lot of time, fill the water can over and over again to individually water certain plants that I was worried about. But I couldn't give them a good soak. And, yeah, it's unfortunate, I guess. But I did what I could. And let's see, where were we? So I was all, like, weirded out. I tried doing that. I eventually, so I gave up on resetting the pump. I managed to water some stuff. And because the couch in the entertainment room is, like, right next to the better air conditioner that's got, like, a really nice hum to it, and it's just, like, right next to you when you're laying there, I ended up sort of just going on the couch and sleeping in there for a bit. Now, the awkward part is, because my brother was worried about things, he ended up coming home early. And this is where my day is like a little bit of a blur of, I don't actually remember how much sleep I actually got. Because he texted me a few times, so I was in and out of sleep a good bit. And, well, not a good bit, but a few times near the beginning of the sleeping. Is there, like, leaves? Second, where is it? What kind of leaves are these? Jungle leaves. Yeah, so he ended up coming home a bit early, and started, like, digging and taking a look. I had to, like, keep telling him, please, do not start this in 90-degree weather. So he did a good bit of digging between, like, that day and the next day, but not really much, too much. Like, he was taking breaks, so that's fine, I guess. But, I guess it was mostly that evening that he did the digging. But it is one of those things where it's just like, I actually don't really know how much sleep I got that day, because, I mean, I would have actually been, it would have been like, I fell asleep at noon, and maybe, like, I don't know, like, I woke back up at, like, I don't know, 2 or 3, or whenever he got home a bit early. I don't really know. But I think I was, like, in and out a bit. I might have. I don't really know how much I slept that day. It was like a weird day, because, like, eventually we started watching shows for a bit. I think. I I know it was like this oddity where it's just like, oh yeah, I think I like basically ate pizza and then fell back asleep on the couch. And we like ate burgers and watched some stuff. And then I think I stayed up the rest of the night. Because I decided just doing the same kind of thing that I did like before, we're staying up to deal with the water. I ended up staying up, honestly, I do not 100% remember how these days went. It was like, I was joking that it was like the weirdest 30 hours of near continuous, consciousness, but outside of, like, a bit of sleep, like, I mean, what was it? More like 48 hours, dear goodness. I didn't even consider how little I slept on Monday, let alone Tuesday. I don't even know if I have the order of the days right anymore. But yeah, so this is a crazy story. Where was I? Okay, so yeah, so I decided to stay up. I did a couple things overnight. Then eventually in the morning, that next morning, crack of dawn, I went out and I started doing some of the digging for myself. Because it was early morning, like 70 degrees. It was fine out. Nice, comfortable, cool morning weather, even though it was eventually going to get back up to 90 that day. Luckily, though, doing like 2 hours of digging that early, it was plenty fine. Now wait. Oh gosh, what order of days was this? Did I sleep more on Tuesday? Oh, what day was what anymore? I don't even remember. Because now that I think of it, all the craziness happens on Wednesday. So what was Tuesday? Did I sleep? I must have slept. Wait, okay, wait. Yeah, so wait, no, definitely the dude happened on my birthday, which would have been Monday. What was Tuesday? I'm missing a day here. Maybe I slept through Tuesday. Oh gosh, do I have notes? How much did I detail my notes on this? I need to get this story straight, because, like, again, I'm, like, so lost on my consciousness of, like, what happened that day. Yeah, like, the 18th is just not listed on my logs. I don't really remember what... Oh, gosh. So, I can't actually tell you how decent or poorly I actually slept. Not accurately, because I don't know! I don't remember what Tuesday was. Oh, gosh. What events bled into what events? Either way, somewhere around here, maybe I just relaxed on Tuesday and actually slept a bit during the day or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened to Tuesday. But Wednesday, things got crazy again. Okay, so I must have slept on Tuesday. Maybe Gold remembers talking to me. The problem is I haven't been talking with Gold very much the last few days because everything's been crazy and I've been... Like, the thing is, it's like, if I'm not doing crazy stuff, I'm just, like, watching shows with my brother for the last few days. So it's like, it's not like I haven't gotten times to relax. It's just been insane. But anyway, yeah, so... Right. By the way, filling a lake this way, or building a lake this way is actually plenty fine. I think this worked out great. So yeah, let me try to like think this through. So so Sunday, my dad visited. Then I stayed up, so it would have been Tuesday. The guy appeared, tried doing watering, slept on the couch. I'm pretty certain I slept on the couch. We would have I know ate pizza, 8 burgers. I might have slept that night properly. Yeah, wait a second. There was a day where I slept normal-ish hours? I think okay. I think into Tuesday, I think I went to bed really early for me, so close to midnight. And then woke up regularly on Tuesday. I think so then me and Dan so Tuesday's Dan's day off. So me and him would have yeah, the burgers and the pizza, birthday was fine. We ate plenty of delicious food. I think me and Dan watched shows, and then I decided to stay up, and I think I actually did work on this island overnight a bit. And then morning came on Tuesday. Morning came on Wednesday. I dug for 2 hours. And, okay, so yeah, Wednesday... Okay, I figured it out. So Tuesday was pretty low-key. It was a little bit of a break in the middle of all this craziness. But because my sleep schedule was, not where I expected it to be, I lost complete track of it. Whew. Anyway, so yeah, on Wednesday, it's so I did digging for a bit. So Wednesday's where things get, crazier again. Tuesday's normal, Monday was crazy, Wednesday gets crazy again. So, on Wednesday, so yeah, 2 hours of, digging a hole. I'm getting better at this every year that I have to dig a hole somewhere in our yard. But it was wild, because the hole was over 4 feet deep by the time I finished digging it out. And it was the one that Dan already started. But I dug it another foot deep and, an extra foot or two wider. There was, a lot of roots and rocks to deal with, so... Not the easiest hole to dig, but a hole to dig nonetheless. Because part of it is I had to be really careful, because the whole reason we were digging that hole is the hole was being dug next to the well, where, 4 to 5 feet below ground is the, is where the pipe comes out of the well hole cover pipe. And we needed to check to make sure there was no leaks or anything down there. Seems it was fine. Unfortunately, if fixing everything else doesn't fix it, we might have to dig even more, but, right now, my brother did feel bad, because he feels like the hole was, a lot of effort for something that is probably, for nothing, in a way, but we had to check it, you know? Game is not liking to load the chunks. Let me give it a moment. So the problem is, okay, so while I was hanging out with Dan on Monday, I think my mom called. I was thinking of calling her, but I ended up being so busy and my day so crazy on my birthday that I didn't end up calling her. But she ended up calling me. But, you know, we were watching shows at the time, and she, I think, just wanted to call and say happy birthday and update me on her leg problems. But she's healing pretty well, by the way, so I'm glad about that. Anyway, yeah, so, well, when the well pump dies, which the thing is, we're thinking we have to buy a new one, so that's probably a couple $100. The thing we're not looking forward to is if we need to repair the well, which is possible because wells are not supposed to have muddy, colors in them. We're gonna try cleaning the well first. But if that doesn't work, the well probably needs to have like a well liner put in. But also, we're getting a little worried because the water level seems like, I don't know if it's just because it's been so hot and dry, or if the water level has actually legitimately dropped, which could be another issue. Either well. There are signs that they cheaped out a little bit while setting some of the stuff up with the well, and I'll get into that in a moment. So, yeah, honestly, the fact that we've been relying on water filters for like the last year or two is not a good sign. Bot, how are you being this on point today? You're being weirdly on point. Anyway, yeah, so
pointless.
That's like a uber waste time. You know, there's definitely 100% better ways of filling in a lake than this. You know, I could just select 2 points and fill all the air in with water. There's like legitimately no reason to do it the slow way. Am I committed to this now just because this is what I started with? I was doing this because this is how I was doing it with the rivers, but it did dawn on me just now. There's no reason to do this with the lakes. I don't know why I'm like this sometimes. It's funny because I filled in the oceans off stream when I was first setting the map up, and I did not do it this way. I don't know. Strange fellow indeed, I guess. It's just very zen, I guess. Anyway. So, yeah, so on Monday, my mom had called, and I'm like, if you want to do a proper call, maybe I'll try to call you, maybe I'll try to call you, Wednesday. And so, the problem that obviously hit is, while I did say if I'm not too busy, it's like 10 or 11 in the morning on Wednesday after I finished digging, and I'm like, I'm exhausted, I should probably sleep, but, you know, my mom, you know, I'll probably wake up too late for calling my mom, I'm not sure, like, how this is gonna work out. And before I, like, get a chance to figure out what I was kind of, in a way, deciding against it, just, I don't know. I figured I could call her another day or something, or that she would understand. But then, weirdly enough, she ended up calling, or she ended up first texting me, asking if I was awake already, which is It's kind of surprising, just because I thought she knew that I usually sleep until 3. And I just ended up being on the phone with her for 2 hours. So, by that point, of course, Dan's awake. By the time the phone call is ready, or done. I think we ended up, yet again, because again, Tuesday, Wednesday is his days off. So, I think we relaxed for a bit. I think, like, one thing is specifically, first I showed him what was up with the well a bit. Like, the digging I had done. And that wasn't a problem. And he started thinking about things he wanted to try doing. And at a certain point, we decided, okay, we should probably wait till Ruben gets home. And then, like, this is like a 3-person thing. It is like part of the thought there. So we wait, and like we relax for a bit, watching more TV. We have plenty of shows right now to burn through, I guess. I end up, like, Dan wanted to do some things. I end up napping for like maybe 15 minutes or so. Yo, that was a gross burp. Ugh. I forget exactly how things went, but I swear, like, ended up napping for like 15 minutes until he needed me for something. I wake up. I think that was when I helped him, and we decided we would need to wait till Ruben got home. But then I think we watched, or we did something for a bit, and then I think I ended up napping for another 10 minutes or something at some point. Again, it's hard to tell how long I actually slept for some of these, but I swear they weren't very long. I was tired enough, though, that it was that level of tiredness where it's just like, you're completely out in like 10 minutes. Like, it was to the point where he was apparently calling for me from outside, and I couldn't hear him over, like, I guess the air conditioner or something. I was out of it until he, like, got my attention properly. But yeah, when I napped, like, the second time or whenever, I think I woke up when Ruben got home. And when Ruben got home, the craziness started again. So here I am with, like, half an hour of sleep or whatever. And I'm helping them pull the well pump out of the 120-foot deep hole. They did most of the heavy lifting, obviously. But, yeah, I was holding the actual end of it that we were dragging it out of, and, yeah, that started, several hours of much work, that's for sure. You know, it's that kind of thing where eventually you hit the point where you're, like, that specific type of exhaustion where it's almost hard to go back to sleep because you're kind of just in go mode, and you're just kind of always in go mode. Just looking at something. Give me a second. Oh, excuse me. That's 60 bodies. What? 1 second. Let me get you 36 meters. Yeah, so Dan just generally there was like a couple things going on with this. Which one is it? I think it's this one. Yeah, so there's a couple things to this part, I guess, where part of it was just Dan trying to figure out if there was anything we could do at that moment to fix it. One of the things that he did do, like, part of why I say I think they cheaped out. First of all, I think the well was originally dug 150 feet, so I guess there's a little bit of mystery right now as to why it wasn't put like as deep as that. But also I'm not sure whether the bottom portion might have like collapsed or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a lot of questions involved with some of it. The one thing I'm a little worried about is we did find that the water level is like maybe 13 feet above where the pump sets, where I think usually you would want it to be something closer to 30 feet. So I don't know if that's seasonal dryness or if the well is drying up. Also, again, wells are not really supposed to be muddy. But also some of that mud could just straight up be rust. Though we do know it is mud. So, like, there's a pretty hefty chance in my mind that there's a crack in the well lining. Or the, the pipe that goes up for it. Which would be, like, yeah, getting nastier water in. Though, the thing that I guess is concerning to me is also the fact that, if it is cracked and the water level is still only 13 feet, that gives a couple concerning thoughts. We are pretty sure, though, that the pump itself is dying as, like, the most pressing issue. But, well, at least now we know with just us three brothers, we can indeed pull the entire thing out. It's so weird carrying it, like, so my job was to pull it, like, at the end, like, because even though it was a flexible pipe, even though it was a flexible pipe, you still need to, like, drag it out and everything. $120 feet. So 120 feet divided by 3. I mean, that would be yards. Yards are vaguely meters. I've talked about this in the past. If we just changed yards to meters, like, everything would be solved. Even though all pre-conversion yards would be messed up. You have 20 foot either side of you? What are you talking about? What do you mean, either side of me? What are you talking about? Huh? My room's like 10 foot. Or 11 foot. I think it's like 11 by 9. Maybe 12 by 9? Well, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, I get what you're saying. Really weird wording, but I get it now. No, it's like one long continuous pipe. So the two of them needed to do just, the two of them needed to brute strength pull it out because it was really heavy, and my job was to drag it across the lawn. Definitely a lot, definitely a lot heavier to get it initially out of the pipe than to pull it across the lawn. So I was the only one doing that part. This is annoying because I've never figured out how to get it to stop. Taking a bit of water with it when I do that part. Okay, let me look at the design of the lake on the map again, because I think I have to redo some shapes of it. I don't know, though. Oh, wow, okay. The actual version I ended up doing is actually a decent bit different in some ways. Oh, man. I did not put much effort into replicating the shape of this lake properly when I originally did this map. Well, I can do that now, I guess. Okay. Well, I know what I need to do to change it. Yeah, there's two parts of the lake that need modified. They're mostly up here. Bot. You better not start posting a manifesto, bot. These aren't things I want to hear you say, bot. Oh gosh, gotta convert that to sand. Yeah, so one of the things that they cheaped out on with the well, for sure, there's this thing called a check valve. It's basically a thing where water goes one direction through it. And you really, generally, should have one at the top of the well. And, like, at the bottom of the well and inside the house. And the well itself, kind of, like, the well pump itself kind of had one, but yeah, we ended up, Dan ended up installing a check valve, like 2 extra check valves. And so those added check valves solved one of like 3 problems. And so that's where our story gets like awkward. So we do all this work. I wanted to say yesterday, and then I remembered. that this was Wednesday still. Itch. Thursday felt like it was both Friday and still Tuesday. But, yeah, so he installed a bunch of things. We put the well back down. Part of me almost wonders whether we should have tried to do a couple more things before putting the well down, but whatever. Doesn't matter that much at this point. We did still need to get our water back. And so we did all this. It was exhausting. All three of us working together. Gosh, I still... When did I think I went to bed a bit early that day. Still funny enough, after gold, I think. I don't remember, though. It's almost always after gold. But I did eventually go to bed a bit earlier than usual. So, like, getting the well all set, we were really hoping, because it really actually seemed... What is all this, gravel? It's gravel. It really, really actually seemed like we might have fixed it. Everything was working really good. And part of why it was working really good was probably because we cleaned it out a little bit. The one thing I wish we had done while we had it up was actually clean the well. The problem is, I didn't realize this was all going to happen so fast, and I was not having the kind of week where I was like... loud splash. I was not having the kind of week where I was like, you know, in my like best spot to like help do some research for this. Yeah, sort of. That is some of the irony. Now, how you clean a well, you would want to make a special brush where you dump something like chlorine or citric acid down in the well, and then you have a weighted brush that you just, on like a chain or a rope or something, pull up and down. The thing that's like a little scary about that is like, you really, really want to be confident in the quality of the material you're using, because if you drop that, or if the rope breaks, it is now 120, actually 130 feet for the actual like depth that I think the well goes down to, as is. It's just down there forever. You end up having to hire a company, and that's the messed up part. Is I saw like a video of like there's like a couple YouTube channels for people that do well pump like repair and replacement and stuff like that. And like one of the videos was all the effort it took them to get a bunch of like rope and junk out from a family that had tried to hoist it up themselves and messed up. One thing is, Dan did make like a specific like tool, and I say a specific tool, but it's a bunch of metal bars sort of connected together, that specifically is for preventing us from dropping the well when trying to pull it out. But, yeah, so At first it seemed really great, and then, oops, the next day the water pressure was bad again. So, the weird spot where we're at with that is that the spot that we are at with that is the I would say we fixed one of 3 problems. Now that those new check valves are in place, it doesn't depressurize as bad as it used to. So that is an improvement. The problem, however, we still have the muddy water as a problem. Which, again, I'm pretty sure either the well itself is damaged or we need to really, really clean it. Though, again, if there's mud in it, it's not just rust, and thus it's probably more than a cleaning. The other issue is, of course, the well itself is, like, dying. So the problem is that sometimes the well just doesn't kick on. Whoa, sorry, I just looked at the map. The shape of this lake is perfect now. Wow. Oh, you know where else I could work on all this? One thing I haven't actually been doing with the island as much as I need to is I've been trying to go back and fix some of the actual island shapes. So this lake I just fixed. But some of the coastlines are definitely wrong. So I need to fix some of those. Wow, that's supposed to be a lot thinner. This chunk is struggling to update. 1 second. Take a look at this. Well, maybe it's fine. Maybe this needs to be thicker is the problem. I love Distant Horizons and the fact that I can just do this to, like, get a good idea of, like, what's messed up over here. So these, like, weird lake things are, I don't think intended. Do they exist in my first edit of the map? They did exist, like, as weird coastlines, but they got, like, really messed up. Daisy! Something, something. It's quiet? Well, the music stopped. There we go. I'm just looking at a map, sorry. Some of these rivers are definitely a little too thick, and some of these lakes were just definitely a little too small. Well, let's work on this one. Gotta be careful or I'll destroy this. When you talk about the direct... Oh my gosh, sorry. That shows how crazy my week has been, that, like... That is such a... like... side note, I guess? Of my entire week. I'll get there eventually. What day was that again? 18th? Maybe that's all that happened on, like, Tuesday. Oh, sorry. The dust was from the digging. I didn't make that clear. I didn't wear a mask while doing the digging, and because it's been so dry, the dirt was just everywhere. I haven't really had that problem with digging before, so I didn't really think about it much. But usually when I do digging, there's a bit of rain between it, where it hasn't rained in, it feels like weeks now. Okay. Just leave that there. I don't think I need the one that I copied over here. I wish, and maybe I should just modify this skybox. But, I wish this skybox had, like, a little bit of, like, I don't know, land or something on the edge of the clouds. But I think just as is, it's pretty good. It does kind of feel like we're, does feel like we're, in the middle of a vast ocean. Huh. I don't understand what decides whether that, like, I thought I could see it from over there. That seems really weird. Okay, this lake needs work. Would this count as a lagoon? And if not, should I turn it into a lagoon? I want to look something up. It's like, it is kind of funny. I accidentally added these lagoons to the map. What's the name of the one that's like a lagoon that's accessible through like an opening of like... Accessible through... opening? I don't remember what that's called. I'm just getting advertisements. Lagoons and other similar terms. There's like a whole list of lagoon-esque things at one point. Like bays, lagoons, stuff like that. Oh, there's dolphins stuck in here. Oh no! Oh, I gotta be careful. If I miss aim, I will flatten this area. Maybe I should have done this earlier. Maybe I should have done this earlier is the motto of this series so far. Okay, that's repaired. This one down here. Anyway. Yeah, so all of that craziness this week. And my problems still aren't over. I haven't filled that hole in yet, and, like, yeah, we're kind of just debating, like, when to do that, what to do about it, stuff like that. Okay, the water updates are starting to lag the entire game. I must stop them. Well, speaking of gold napping here, I don't know how much Gold's thinking about it as I'm talking about all this, but, there's only, I guess now probably less than a month and a half until he visits? And, well, let's just say if things aren't solved by then, this'll give you a glimpse of, some of the things that could go wrong, or you might have to put up with, if you opted for off-grid living and, you know, sometimes things go wrong when off-gridding. We're not even off-grid, but the chances of weirdness like this happening tends to increase with such a thing. Also, awkwardly, because it's been so hot, and that means our house is, like, bugs are trying to get in, is what I'm trying to say. It is one of those things I was thinking of recently to mention to you. It's just, like, visiting us is, like, almost like a little test for you for, like, whether or not, the ideas of homesteading actually appeal to you, or if it's just something that seems good on paper. Because one of the things that you actually really can't get away from with living in the countryside or like homesteading or whatever else is bugs. Like, we keep our house as clean as possible half the time for preventing bugs, but the bugs sometimes do not care. It's not like our house is full of flies again, at least not right now. Bot is such an optimist sometimes. I wonder if this should also be lukewarm ocean. Okay, let me look at the map again, just for, like, more coastlines and stuff. I mean, that all looks fine. That all looks fine. I think I fixed that already. I mean, I think I fixed most of the coastline stuff. There's, like, one area, maybe, in the south. Let's work on this river. So, funny enough, originally this river was, like, way too thin. And now, funny enough, I think it's way too wide. We'll see what it'll look like by the time I'm done with it. That's a bit much. And yet, I think even if I thin it down from where it is now, it'll still be wider than it was before. It was like 4 blocks wide, dude. Daisy, Daisy, I'm not crazy. mean, to an extent, that's about all I have to do. Well, let's actually, yeah, wait, let's start painting it. I might put a waterfall here, but I'm not sure. Maybe, oh yeah, I know what I can do. There's a couple interesting things. I want to do more interesting waterfalls, for sure, than just, like, the one design over and over again. I guess one thing that's been coming to mind is, like, doing, a lot of, like, little waterfalls. I don't know, it's just some thoughts passing through my cranium as I try to make this actually decent. Honestly, so there's only a couple notable parts of this map. Like, so the rivers, that mountain, that volcano, that island, that mountain. I already did that island, that volcano. And then just, like, little bits here and there. Yeah, there's actually not the craziest set of things to do. Like, some biomes here or there. Ooh, I just had a weird idea. I designed some palm trees a while ago. If I can open up the world that I made them in, I could copy and paste them into this world. For a couple areas. But yeah, I'm hoping... So, okay, the problem, of course, with sort of the current state of things in my household... Man, I feel bad for Dan. He's got so much he wants to get figured out, because one of the things I mentioned recently is his car's been having trouble as well. And so it's just like... something about, like, the idling is messed up. And so, for him, it feels like he has to get the car, like, working properly before he can, like, pick you up. But then, like, also go in places, like, it's weird. It has to idle for, like, an extra long amount of time. And he's not 100% sure why, but he's figuring it out bit by bit. So it's like he wants to figure that out before the next month. A better, like, solution to some of this stuff. But I guess that's the thing, is it's this awkwardness of, like, oh, we're gonna have a guest over. Can we really put off buying a new pump? Like, one thing that's awkward is he bought a mini camera online for getting down there and inspecting the well. But that's going to take a month, so it's just like... Part of me wonders, like, depending on, like, what we're doing while you're visiting, I almost half expect he's going to be fiddling around with trying to fix it still. Because I don't know if we're going to be able to get a new pump in, like, the next month or so. July is going to be interesting, to say the least. Luckily, the water from the fridge is pretty good. Should be fine. Because the fridge has, like, the house is, like, we do have a filter for the water of the house. But it can only do so much. So there's that, but then... do I want this one higher? We'll see. I wonder if it would be faster for me to just kind of... But yeah, the fridge has its own filter, so we'll have a fresh one for that. And, I mean, we'll also probably just have things like bottled water and, you know. I mean, we're bound to do, like, cookouts and stuff, so probably soda or whatever. We'll figure it out, is what I'm getting at. But yeah, the house should be fine when you visit for the most part. But it is one of those things where I feel like seeing this kind of chaos is at least maybe somewhat of a, okay, if you really want this lifestyle, this is the chaos to expect from it. Like, part of me almost enjoys the chaos and the adventure of it all. But, well, at the same time, I'm not the one paying for the bills in a lot of these things that happen. So, it's probably a lot more stressful when you're living basically paycheck to paycheck and an upward of $3,000 bill is seemingly on the horizon. I don't know. I don't actually know how much it would cost us to finish repairing this, because the well pump itself is going to be several $100s, but the process of getting the well repaired, it entirely depends on what's wrong with it. And so, like, Dan buying this camera and setting up this, way to see down inside the well, part of him doing that is because it would... Man, labor costs are really bad when you can't afford them, I guess is one way I can put it. Like, to hire someone to do this exact thing he's building a camera for is, like, more money than him building the camera. So he's just gonna do that and trust his own skills. There is a part of me that does look at some stuff with this awkwardness of, man, we can't afford to pay for full-scale professional work, but lower-scale professional work, it doesn't make any sense to pay for, because it's not really at much more skill level than what I guess we can achieve. It's the same reason why Dan never goes to mechanics. It has always been consistently cheaper for him to buy the special equipment than it is to pay for the labor costs. Which, I'm not sure what that says about the whole ordeal, because usually you'd expect part of what makes the mechanics worth it is that they've bought all the special equipment, and obviously there's certain special equipment you really can't easily acquire, but you can make, like, decent enough versions of. Or there's, like, some tools which are just the same thing the mechanics have, but it's just, like, it does one thing. But I guess that's sort of, like, the awkwardness of it all, is it's just like, well, yeah, okay, so this tool that does one thing, it is still worth it to buy than to pay somebody else to use it. But yeah. Obviously, part of what you're paying for by doing it yourself is, you know, you're okay with spending your own time and labor. For most people, it is a massive convenience fee. For, like, I mean, like, yeah, for Dan, part of it is he's been doing this... He's almost, in a way, been, like, scaling up what he can do. Just with, like... You know, it does feel like each project is more intense than the last sometimes. It's not like... I guess that's like the awkward part. It's not like I could easily do a lot of this. But I guess I would be willing to learn. If I had to. But yeah, hopefully our water's not horrible by the time you get here. Oh, the timing of all of this. And I know, like, it's the hubris of putting it off for so long, and I really wish this wouldn't happen. But that's just how the cookie crumbles in this household, I suppose. Cookies? I still have cake left. Maybe like a slice or two? I've been enjoying that on and off. One thing I kind of wish is that we had finished the experiment that we wanted to do about, boiling, you know, and purifying water, like, to get the, condensation, I forget, like, basically distilling water. If we had done that, then maybe some of these issues wouldn't be as big issues. Let's just type it. Brush, sphere, water, 8. This one's a little weirder. Which one is it again? Oh, it's this one. I forget if this is what I was doing before, but maybe. A bit of Dale, and a bit of Noida-Hamish. I drew some cursed Hamis last night. As all things should be. I mean, can I just, like, clip some of this again? Brush, cylinder, sand, 1, 5? Wait, what? 0.1? There we go. Ooh. That's way too smooth. I have a vision in my head. Okay, this comes up a little too much. Okay, you know what? Let's try to do the vision that is in my head first. And then we'll add the water back in. Oh, you know what? Let's try this. Wait, is some of this sandstone? Because that didn't look like... Wait. Am I seeing things? I am seeing things. Okay. Okay. Brush, smooth, 8-1. I don't want it to be like the cliffs on the other side of the map, but I do need it to be kind of just a little bit crazy. Crazy hamburger. Actually, you know what? What happens if I do... Yeah, that gives me, like, random spikes. I mean, it's not too off from what I was doing before. But... it gives me control. Which is the last thing I need. Trust me, it'll work out in the end. I swear I saw an item just pop off, even though that's not supposed to happen. Okay. Almost. I don't like how many spikes are like here. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, so life was crazy. I think so on Wednesday... I think I fell asleep early and then woke up at my usual time, so I slept a lot. Which was well deserved after like 30 hours of almost continuously being awake for that portion. And Thursday, I feel like it was very low-key. But I feel like I'm also already, like, losing perspective on what my week was at all. And now Friday, I'm just doing this. You know, the usual. Are those fish actually trying to go up the river? Oh no. I'm killing them. That's a little better. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of these ones on the edges. There is definitely sandstone here that I think I was messing with on one of the early streams. The heck just happened with that one? What else? What else? What else? Yeah, I had a crazy birthday week. That's basically the summary of it. So Nintendo Direct. What do I remember from that? Well, I remember one specific thing. That's probably the most relevant topic to me. But of the other parts of the Direct, we got a game where you play as Zelda and have an IKEA in your pocket. And a bunch of anime games that, no matter how much I talk about anime, even I don't care about. So I guess that's for the Japanese market. Funny enough, one of the things I joke about with, like, anime is you've got these tropes that are just, like, all-encompassing. Like, so isekai became, like, one of the all-encompassing type feeling tropes. And there was one game that, like, my brain went, oh boy, it's continuing that sort of trope, where there's, like, the current trope is the idea of, like, super high school, where, like, I feel like a lot of older animes had the theme of hiding your, like, secret identity in high school or whatever. Newer animes feel like they get into your school is just straight up superheroes. And I feel like My Hero Academia was probably, like, one of the larger, like, popular ones that got that to sort of be a trend. But I'm certain that there was stuff before that. Forget what the game even was that made me think about that, but it was really funny. Just because, like, you know, the one I'm watching right now is a bit more like, well, okay, I'm watching a couple. So, like, I'm watching Mashal. Mushal. Mashal? It's muscle. But mash. And that's definitely, like, Harry Potter. Like, wizard school stuff. Guess you had, like, Witch Academia was another one. Little Witch Academia. From a while back that probably caught on the idea. Yeah, another one I'm watching, Kaiju number 8. It's more like college level, I guess, but it is like, oh yeah, here's basically your dorms, your training to fight kaiju. There are definitely a lot more of these, but I guess the problem is I don't watch a lot of the animes that fit this theme. So I can't really think of them off the top of my head, but there's examples, trust me. Or don't. But anyway, there was a game in the Direct that I'm like, oh yeah, it seems like that, I think. But, yeah, so the Zelda game leaves me admittedly mixed. And you can probably imagine, from things I've talked about in the past, a little bit of why. Because I do enjoy 2D Zelda enough. But I do feel like, for me, with video games, aesthetic does come in as an important feature. And I'm just not sure how I feel about this 2D style they've been going with. Nintendo is obsessed. They've been obsessed for a while with... Right, I was experimenting on this one. They've been obsessed for a while with toy box, DIY looking whatever sort of games. Craft games, I guess you could say. Oh my gosh. Does that mean nobody's a monster? Or is there a monster among us that the bot cannot detect? Creepy. But yeah, so Nintendo has definitely had a thing for a while for these sort of craft games. And it works for a couple games where, like, the theme is integral to the actual game's themes, but then for, like, the Zelda games, unfortunately... Like, I don't like Funko Pop, which is a very relevant thing to say considering one of the other games during the Direct was literally Funko Pop. And let's be honest, they're bobblehead figures in these current 2D games. They're basically Funko Pops. And it's very plasticky, and I guess that's the weird thing when I think about the old pixel art stuff. Pixel art, depending on how it's done, like, there's definitely ways you don't want to do pixel art when it comes to immersion. But a lot of the old, like, SNES stuff was fine. I can't say that I ever had, like, immersion problems with it. Well, okay, well, like, you know, to some extent. As best as you can expect for older games. Where sometimes the cracks will shine through. But, like, A Link to the Past, even though it's a game that, while I played it a good bit, I'm very critical of it, I think the visual style is very nice. It's good pixel art. But also, even if it, like, let's say it was an HD version of that aesthetic, it would also just still be plenty fine. I think it's a good, like, I really don't know what I would describe it as, just besides just being a general, just style. It lends itself well to the aesthetic of the series, I guess. But, I am definitely someone who will complain about the visuals of a video game not reflecting my personal tastes. There's probably plenty of people that like the fact that Zelda games look like this. Or Nintendo games look like this. But I guess I'm not here for the plastic. But then also the gameplay... Is this just me? Is this really loud? 1 second. The gameplay is interesting, but it does make me realize anybody that's been holding out for another new classic style Zelda game, like the people that are there for it, the developers have definitely abandoned like classic Zelda in favor of like DIY weapon Zelda. They're absolutely obsessed with this build your own like solution to puzzles design. Considering now the last 3 games have been fully embraced into it. And, yeah. It's a little goofy. Again, hard to say what it does for immersion. Sure, I mean, you can explain just about anything magic-related away with, it's magic. Of course they can do that. But it is a little weird that you're just stacking some tables. I mean, it's funny because I saw people joke that, Zelda in that game has a Necromancer build. I mean, it is basically a summoner class. The one thing I'm worried about with that kind of thing is even games like Noida. Even games like Noida have a bit of history of, no matter how like really, really well designed that specific game is, it also, there's certain weapons that are just like better than everything. Or certain combinations of spells, I should say. I think it kind of is the fate of games like that for the player to realize, oh yeah, this works better than everything else, I'm just going to use this for the entire game. And that specifically comes to mind because generally I do feel, it feels like that's probably going to happen. Like, oh, tree, bed, trampoline. That's all I need. Maybe it'll break that expectation. But like Noida is like, okay, I put a chainsaw, a spark bolt, a multicast, and a bunch of junk on the end, and there you go. Even Breath of the Wild had the same issue. They gave you those magic bombs so early into the game, and there's a reason why I basically filtered them out of my playthrough. Infinite magic bombs that like detonate exactly when you want them to. It's a bean with a mouth. Yeah, they were kind of overpowered in a lot of ways. Oh, break all my bones. Oh, Death Island looks a little interesting. Honestly, they do okay damage, if we're being completely honest. For what they are. I believe... Oftentimes, it's like, if you're fighting, like, the final boss or whatever, and you're desperate, you can kind of just start throwing them at him. Oh, the Hardy Foods. The Hardy Foods are actually the much more notable example. Why eat anything else? fixing the shape of this lake. Why eat anything else? I think you saw when I did that second playthrough exactly the sheer power of that, because I think I relied on them almost entirely during the boss fight. I'm actually curious. I forget whether... Did we find out whether the sequel still has them or not? I almost expect even the developers, no matter how they are sometimes, I think even they might have understood, but I'm not sure. Like, the Hearty Foods undermine so many other recipes because of the whole issue that just one Hearty Food, and then if you want an effect afterward, just plop the, like, effect. Like, the effects food don't even have to, like, they can be 100% dedicated to putting the maximum effects on you. Because the Hearty Foods, heal you. It's, oh man. Okay, that should actually be correct shaped lake now. Sort of. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, close enough. I don't like this. Oh, right, I nerfed this one. There we go. Actually, a little bit here. Yeah, I saw, like, a trampoline in the, trailer, and if it's something you can get, like, early in that, Zelda game, it's definitely gonna be somewhere in the realm of the bombs or whatever else that just lets you undermine all the other puzzles. Oh, crud. That goes on this one, and this one gets smooth. Okay, this river is a complete mess. It's, like, way too wide and, like, crazy. And if I'm being honest, it's not very similar to how it was designed on Will's original map. And I'm thinking I might... Let's see. Yeah, Will didn't really build anything in the desert, so I might redesign this river completely. Oh. That's interesting. I clicked into the game and it crashed. Just has a jump button and you're scaling some steps and such. Get around. Yeah, it had the Breath of the Wild style, like, view of the whole map kind of visual. Can you even, like, really get away with that when it's more blocky than Minecraft? But yeah, what else in the Nintendo Direct besides me just being unsure about Zelda? Oh yeah, Prime 4 at the end. I am in like a weird state where I've never played a Metroid Prime game. I've only played really just Super Metroid and the original a little bit. But Super Metroid's really good. I kind of want to play more Metroid. But it's one of those weird series where even though I might not end up getting it, I'm glad for fans of that stuff that it's happening and it looks really good. Though I expect there's a chance what we saw might just be like Switch 2 gameplay. Unless they did an amazing job making it look really good on the Switch. All my brushes are reset, aren't they? Okay. I'm going to brush... Wait, no. Brush... Sphere Air 24. Mask water. I'm destroying this. Man. Can I... Wait. It does save a history. I forgot. Yeah. Brush, sphere, sand 12. I can get this one back at least. Yeah, I'll figure out what to do with this coastline in a moment. Yeah, it was just like curved originally. So what I want to know is whether or not I can manage to actually make the river exit over here properly. And this might take a lot of terraforming to justify, if I'm being honest. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's really weird on his map because he drew the river where it gets to about here. Yeah, it gets to about here, but then it just continues past? I'm not sure why. But I never followed that in the original version, so let's see if I can do so now. So, I'm thinking a couple things I might do with this. Well, I could... 16 for now. I could make it... Yeah. That way this lake gets to be maybe a little larger. This is gonna be weird. Yeah, man. I'm committing to some stuff, that's for sure. I'm going to need to really commit to this. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're getting rid of the water in the lake. I mean, funny enough, I could technically have it still come out over there as well. So that would imply quite a lot of water is in this desert lake, probably. I think it's a desert lake. There's a lot of lakes near deserts in this map, I've noticed. Okay, this is where things get a little wacky. I think honestly, this entire area has to be higher for this to actually work. And I'm gonna regret this, let's just say. Can we get much higher? Make sure it is converted into sand as we go. There are a couple of parts of the map where I think I have to add some more hills anyway, so this is good practice for that. I find it really funny. I'm so much in the mindset of, okay, I gotta finish the I've got to finish the mountain over there, and instead I'm just, I mean, it's good progress, but instead I'm doing stuff like this. Yeah. I'm worried that Prime 4 is going to be a massive loss for Nintendo. Not because people won't buy it, but because it's been under development for so long now. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know the kind of financial impact it's had after all this time of being, like, stuck in limbo. I mean, the fact that it wasn't simply just cancelled and abandoned forever is a good sign. But it is a very AAA-looking Metroid game. Yeah, this part of the map is going to be something. No later than the Switch's first year. It's got console just for that game, and now it's releasing most likely the Switch's... yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's like Breath of the Wild was the same thing, but Zelda's a very well-selling franchise, so it can kind of get away with being in development for so long, I guess. At least it's coming out at all. But, yeah. Yeah. Let's make the transition into this mountain more natural. Well, I do remember this area is more deserty, and I don't think he was having that revised, was he? Which one was... Oh, here it is. What was it? Gray, dark gray. Oh, okay, yeah, so savanna and desert, yeah. I'll figure it out. It's kind of weird, because, like, I get the idea that this side of the map is somewhat colder, but not really. I don't know the anatomy of this island. It's not my lore. It's definitely a much nicer transition up into the mountain here. Oh my gosh. Just seeing how much I'm re-topologizing. Definitely at least shows just the sheer scale difference of the map working on it like this. Anyway, getting on to the actual important part of the Nintendo Direct, obviously, that I just saved the best for last, at least in terms of what I'm interested in. I am notably curious about this Mario and Luigi game coming out. At first, part of me was like felt a little awkward that I'm like, oh man. There's like little bits that I think I realized after a moment. It's like, oh no, it's not like low quality. It's because I left my YouTube. I left my YouTube like at 480p, so it looked fine after adjusting settings. So I was like worried for a second when I saw like a kind of crusty looking Mario and Luigi. Because I guess my brain goes, you know, what's the quality of a Switch game? And it's hard to gauge when you're watching at 480p. Anyway, sorry, that's just a weird, goofy side note about it all. But I'm really curious because the original company went bankrupt. And so this would definitely have to be either Nintendo scooping up some of the other developers from it, or Nintendo just giving somebody else the IP. And the thing that's curious about me is, was Alpha Dream, I think, was developing it originally, the series. They struck gold, considering how many games it actually got. It must have been selling well. I feel like they struck gold with the original Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. The second one, I do hear people are very mixed on. Because, I mean, it's got babies. Wow. I mean, it's got babies! But it's also got babies. So, Yoshi's Island, no matter how good it is, also has, like, some mixed feelings because of the crying and all that stupid stuff. People like Yoshi, people don't like Baby Mario and stuff, I guess is the summary there. Which is hilarious because... and sad, because later Yoshi's Island games are not considered very good, generally, and, like, some of them have babies, and some of them have not really as much. So, more babies, less babies. Clearly the babies aren't as much the issue as not understanding how to make the gameplay good. Anyway. Yeah, so... the, oh my. So yeah, the Mario Luigi games, the second one wasn't considered, like, it was good. It had apparently a decent story, I think, and it was interesting. But it was like the start of seeing some of the weirdness. Bowser's Inside Story is generally considered, like, some people say it's better than the first game. Some people think it, you know, the 2D segments and some of the, like, combat stuff, you know, it's again, you get some of those hints of where the second game had started to introduce issues, and it's kind of stuck on being like a very 3DS game, but it's generally considered very good, from what I understand. And then you've got, oh man, what games can... I know Dream Team was a thing. Oops. Wasn't there one before that? I know there's, like, Paper Jam, but that's not considered... I'm not sure if that's considered... Wait, is Paper Jam the one I'm thinking of? Whatever one it is. There's, like, that crossover one that I feel like people are in a state of we don't talk about this, because it introduced, like... this utter, like, feeling that Nintendo doesn't understand either series anymore. And then, yeah, unfortunately Dream Team, the Luigi game, is everything wrong with the series in a lot of ways. From what I gather, like, and what I've seen, it goes too far in. So people liked how tight and interactive the mechanics are. And the one mistake you can make, trying to make a Mario Luigi style, Mario RPG style game, is the interactive attacks cannot go, like, too crazy. Only, like, maybe on occasion, like, you have something that's, like, super duper good. But the simplicity, yet, like, dynamicism of it is like, key to the entire ordeal. And they definitely started misunderstanding that, and they were making it more and more crazy and less actually engaging in a weird kind of way. Dream Team, Paper Jam fits there somewhere. The thing that surprised me is it's been 9 years since Paper Jam. It really goes to show how time flew the last 10 years. At least they claimed there hadn't been a game in 9 years, which would be really funny if it did turn out that they're talking about Dream Team and are acting like that's not, like, related. But, the reason why it's easy to not realize how long it's been is because of the remakes. The Bowser Inside Story one, and then the Superstar Saga one. Now, Bowser's Inside Story I did not have experience enough with to know. I never played it. You know, I don't know if there's anything weird with that remake. That was, like, a bad sign at the time, or if being 3 games in, you know, if it's basically 1-to-1 to what it used to be. Yeah, what I do know is that okay. What I do know, however, is that wait, that's still minus. I'm not sure how interested I am in playing the remake of Superstar Saga. For all intents and purposes, it's probably good. But it hits that... It hit for me a little bit of that feeling of, wait a second, why do I need a live-action remake? It hits that, why do I need a remake of this game where it's basically the same and the changes it does make are all not really improvements? There's like this realization in my soul of, wait a second, visually some of this is good, but it doesn't actually make that much of a difference on, like, compared to how good the pixel art was. It's just the higher quality pixel art, and they got rid of the charm of a lot of the visuals in a lot of ways. So, yeah, it actually does leave me wondering, wait, do I need this? Do I want this? And it just kind of showed a sign of... and also, I guess the funny part for me is I never actually got a 3DS, so for me it wasn't like a point of... Like, if it was on the Switch, maybe I would have been more interested. I don't think it was. Was it ported to the Switch? Oh gosh, I don't remember. Forget if they ported those near the end. But it does hit me with that level of... It doesn't actually add convenience, because... Right now... Yeah, I still have my old copy. And it doesn't really satisfy that feeling of... I want, like, a newer generation to experience this game I like. But, oh no, it's not exactly how I experienced it. Because they don't trust people to be good at video games, I think. Because I think, didn't they dumb it down a little? Maybe it's fine. But I liked how brutally difficult it felt as a kid. I know for a lot of people that kind of meant that they, like, stopped at a certain point. But, I don't know. It felt like very earned to actually learn the game good enough to get past the brutal difficulty. Either way, the other thing is I don't know how much of, like, some of the dumbing down was... Like, the game already had, like, so many, like, tutorials and everything else. Like, it already, like, handheld you a lot of times. So, to me, it didn't feel like it needed more of that. But also, I never played it, so I can't actually know whether I'm judging it properly. But yeah, it suffered from a bit of new Super Mario Brotherification, or whatever weird term I can make up for this, where some of the original looking enemies got, like, their designs changed to Miyamoto's Bible, or whatever we want to call it. This is why, yeah, so, okay, so, like, the series has suffered, and part of me understands a bit of why the company, like, bankrupted and failed. Because if I can go on about all of these problems of the newer games being bad, and not being as good, the remakes weren't, like, amazing, and, like, yeah, all this different stuff of, like, my concerns about the series... it kind of shows you why then, with the same developers seemingly maybe not involved to the same extent, that trailer comes up and I'm watching it and I have like this strange sense of relief in the back of my mind. Where I'm watching this trailer and I'm like, this feels like I'm watching a Mario Luigi game made by people that really liked Superstar Saga and understand me on a fundamental level that the series did not go a direction that kept the same exact charm. And that even with so many games in the series, just having another game similar enough to Superstar Saga is still worth doing. Because it was never really fully thematically and aesthetically replicated. Because I'm seeing simpler yet fun looking bros moves. I'm seeing interesting NPCs and stuff. Now the interesting part is I get the feeling all of the Mario stuff, as always these days. Oh my gosh, what is this? Oh. There's fish in here. Just cover that back up. I have a bad feeling. Yeah, if I do that every time. Let's just try not to do that then. Yeah, the wacky locations, the aesthetic of it, just the overall feeling of it. The fact that they opened a direct on that is also just kind of a nice feeling in a weird kind of way. This is good enough for them to have as an opener. Not good enough for a closer. That's obviously Prime's territory. Prime's prime territory. But yeah. I was very happy. It's yeah, truly happy birthday. Imagine if the direct happened on my birthday. That would have been funny. I could swear, was it always Tuesdays? I thought it was Thursdays they used to do directs, but it's, I don't know, did they change or did I change? Obviously, I wasn't going to end up watching that. I was dead asleep at the time. Ironically, on my normal schedule, it wouldn't have actually been that bad to, stream it. Oops. Can't do much about having a crazy week, though. But yeah, I actually, obviously cautiously optimistic, I guess. Wait, what was Wednesday? Thursday? I don't know. I just was double checking if there's anything specific about, Thursday, but no. I wonder if this valley is too much. I mean, it's cool, but it's a bit crazy over here, isn't it? I mean, that kind of works to its favor. Doesn't entirely make sense to how a valley like this would form, but I think I'm fine with that. Funny enough, I probably didn't actually have to lift up the land as much as I did. Oops. This part's fine, I guess, yeah. I just have to make sure it's consistently going up, is the only thing. right there wasn't really consistently going up. A little bit more. But yeah, so, yeah. I'm definitely positively optimistic, but cautiously optimistic. It's not like we have to wait that long to find out more about it, considering I think they said, was that one the one that comes out in November? I actually wonder, because I actually do think I would enjoy playing another Mario Luigi game. Oh, I will. Will that end up being, like, my last Switch game? There's a chance. Just give me 1 second to dig this out, and I will fly around the map showing you what I've done today. I was mostly focused on trying to do rivers. Hold on 1 second. Yoink. One thing I was doing, so I noticed on what you had built, you had never really done much with the desert. So one thing I did do... Oh, hole. One thing I did do was I'm kind of reworking this area. It's a little lumpy right now. But, so the river in your original map followed something more like this path that I'm taking this way. And I'm having it come out into the, like, the bay, or the Gulf, or whatever here. So there's that. So this area is... So previously I just had the river come out over there. Speaking of which, I can probably actually fix this coastline now. Make it actually the shape from your map. 1 second. Oop, oh wait. Ah, crud. Let's see, did you miss? Oh no, I messaged elsewhere. Is that the correct one? No, that's lifting it still. No, I need that. There we go. Yeah, I've definitely been reshaping things that I did not get correct the first time. Like, again, we talked about how it's amazingly close as is. But it's actually kind of funny. Just, I guess with the added size, maybe, it's decently easy to, well, maybe easy is not the right word, but it's decently viable to actually just, fix some of these coastlines to be the correct shape. Fill that back in. Okay, go back to this being that one for a little bit. Come on, fill it in. Fill it in. Oh, wait. Oh no, I think I'm digging it out. Oh! Yeah, wait. Oh, I used the wrong one. Okay. Okay, we can fix this. We can fix this. Trust the method. I have to set this brush to a different brush. Always trust the method. Come on. Come on. all this stupid water that comes up with it while I do this. Oh, I know what's going wrong here. Wait a second. Yeah, wait. Trace mask isn't set. Solid. After I do this, and after I show you what I've done on the island, I do need to take a quick BRB. Oh, crud. You know what? I just want to show you what I've done so far. I'll fix this later. Whatever. Who cares? Okay, so yeah, I've been working on this area. It's a bit hillier now. But I have reshaped this lake. It's now, like, much more in line with what it looks like on your map. Over here, I did this river. Oh yeah, perfect time for a BRB. Yeah, I did this river. I did this little, like, spot where it comes down, but yeah. Actually, I should modify that a little. Yeah, so I did this river. So the shape of this lake. I also redid a little bit. This spot up on the top of this lake was also kind of missing. That's better shaped than it was before. I fixed the coastline over here where I had destroyed it by accident, so that's fixed over there, and I did this river. I'm trying to get all the rivers done, because the rivers were proving themselves kind of annoying, and I just kind of wanted to deal with them today. But yeah, so this one is nice and clean. The coastline, I actually gave it this interesting little waterfall area with some, like, bits poking up out of it. I'm experimenting with kind of different shaped, kind of jaggedy, different waterfall designs. But yeah, you can do whatever you want with that. But yeah, it is funny. When I rescaled the map, the river was a little wider than this, and so this is actually smaller than the scaled version, but it's so much larger than the old version. No longer a creek. Kinda. I still haven't fully finished the river up on the mountains off this way. Whoop! A straggler. Get out of here, crust. But yeah, a lot of the map is still just plain stone and sand. It is that thing that drives me crazy that I realized midway through working on that mountain that I have to do all the terraforming first before I get to put, like, trees and grass and all in. So it's gonna look so ugly right up until it doesn't. But yeah, so figuring out this river has been my current task. Yeah, it's definitely part of the journey. It does just have that kind of funniness that it feels, it has that feeling like it's gonna take absolutely forever until it's suddenly done. There, fill that in. Let me, okay. I did want to finish this stupid little corner I was just messing with. Oh, it's getting hot in my room. It's like 94 degrees out right now. So, I mean, the fact that it's already almost the end of my stream time shows a little bit how much time flies while I'm working on this. And that would be the sound of one of my bottles, empty soda bottles in my room, pressurizing. I don't know if that even came up on microphone, but there was just a loud pop just now. Also, the reason I'm using in-game Minecraft music today is... So last week, I was able to set up... Or, no, I guess it... Was it? No, yeah, it was last week. I was able to set up through VLC the ability to play YouTube videos. And I was playing it through there so I don't have to have my browser open, because, I mean, if I'm going to have Distant Horizons running while I'm doing this, my computer's running out of, like, power. Okay, yeah, you guys heard the bottle. That's funny. There we go. Oh gosh, what was I saying? Oh my gosh, where was I? Oh, dear goodness, it's gone. I was thinking too many things at once again. Oh yeah, last week I was setting up through VLC music to play. Because it takes less processing power than the browser. And then YouTube, doing all their crazy stuff recently, patched that. Okay, so the river... It's hard to gauge how, like, deep it should actually be. Maybe like here? Anyway, I'm gonna take that BRB real quick. Oh man, I am melting! You know what? I'm gonna be gone for like 2 to 3 minutes. I'm gonna air condition. And, I don't know, run ads. Why not? Whoa. You're going to buy my time. I'm gonna grab a slice of cake. Everything's fine. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just wanted to cool down in here for a second.
Also, there's something I've been checking every day that I need to grab. Okay, I'm technically still in BRB mode, but let's just go back to this screen. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, you're kidding me. Am I going insane? Oh. Wait. What? Am I going insane? What? What are you talking about? Oh, right. I mentioned before. Sorry. There's a weird... So... Yes. But it does have repeat numbers from before. And now I'm going even more insane because those repeat numbers are in the same order they were in previously, but the rest of the list, it's very weird. I'll look into it deeper once I'm done streaming. Oh my gosh. So another weird part of my week is that I started looking at another thing for Noida's stupid iCipher. And let me finish. Last few bites of cake. The icing on this cake was so good. Legitimately so good. Yeah, I had a thought, or I had a conversation. Nobody had been compiling the daily seeds. And in my insanity, I decided, why not? I'll be the person to do that, I guess. Ideally, they're just... random, because they're daily seeds, and they just come from a server, but... once a day, I've been grabbing them. And it's been getting weirder the longer I do this. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get distracted with this for a minute or two. Why is it like this? It's so weird. Like, am I actually going insane?
Can I do this? What if I do it? Yeah, I can do it quote style. Sorry, I just wanted to post it into their chat. It's just so bizarre. It's legit, like, I don't even know how to explain it on stream why this is so bizarre to me. Did I grab the right one? Again, I'll look at it more later. We're working on the stream right now. The stream is the focus. Not my conspiracy theories. I mean, it's not like I have anything else to talk about, I guess. Too much sense, and thus they are confusing. The numbers, what do they mean? It's still valid after all of these days. Like, I don't get it. Oh, but I gotta check one more thing. I'm sorry. Oh! Just double check. It is like, yeah. It is them numbers. And thus, so this one goes here. That one is yet again already invalid. So, like, why does this other set have such a good track record by comparison? What do the numbers mean? Still no zeros. Still no zeros. Why would a random number generator just, like, okay, on their server, Noida Seeds. Let's see. That has zeros. That has zeros. That has zeros. These are the randomly generated seeds. So the server isn't, like, whatever generating these numbers from the server isn't generating zeros. I'm so confused, dude. Yeah, so, okay. The full set of thoughts. So, in Noida, the community has basically, like, reverse engineered and, data mined everything. There's like very little left to the imagination, I guess you could say, in terms of like what you could dig through in the files to find secrets. So it's very unlikely that the key to this cipher is contained it's very unlikely that the key to this cipher is contained in the game anywhere, unfortunately. Even though, in all honesty, it would be very nice if it is. Oh, great. Messed up. Now, when I say the key, in my case, I actually mean what I've been looking for. Now, who knows? Maybe this is some kind of strange keyed cipher that can somehow produce auto-key type properties as well. I mean, auto-keys can be keyed, but still. Who knows if a key is expected to be had. I don't think it is one that would, but either way... like the ciphertext alphabet or whatever else. I'm basically just looking for something that on some level is related to the cipher, because we're missing some parts, and those parts can in some cases be recovered, but the cipher's too secure to recover it, is what we found. And unfortunately, I guess we're really just hoping at this point that the developer isn't actually so cruel that he would make an undecipherable cipher that'll probably have a really, really disappointing message contained in it, considering that's always how... Ciphers are always more disappointing than... Like, the longer they take to solve, the more disappointing the conclusion kind of tends to be. That's why the recent one was nice, because it took about a month, and so the result being not very much, but being, being not very much, but being, a kind of fun phrase. The wise, seeking the truth, find instead its, profound absence. Yeah, edgelord stuff. Perfect for a cipher. But yeah. So... The daily seeds, which are given to the game through a server, are one of the few sort of black box kind of things at this point where we just, don't really know if they're just randomized basically the same way as the regular seeds in the game are. And... well, I mean, that's the experiment. Compile them, find if something's weird about them. You know what would be faster? Oh, gosh. I think this would be faster at this point, right? Do that. Do a bit of that, and then just shave it instead. That's so much faster. I mean, it still doesn't work for the rivers, but it works for this, which is what I wanted to be faster to fill the lake. Ah! Okay. Fill in all the little spots. All the little coastlines that didn't get quite filled. There we go. Smooth the edges a little bit. But yeah, I haven't really done much with the Noida stuff lately, if I'm being honest. I really haven't been doing too much with it. And so this was like the first time I had like the motivation to contribute something. Because it is weird that nobody's compiled these. Because it is one of the most data hoarding communities I've ever been a part of. And I mean, now they're compiling them as well as me. But yeah, I guess nobody ever... It's weird, because people have discussed in the past, and this is why it came up as something to do. People have discussed in the past that the daily seeds seem kind of sus. But nobody's ever really bothered compiling them. One second. One second. Oh my gosh. I mean, it is so freaking weird, dude. Yes, plenty of blood. Sorry, I'm typing something. Wouldn't a square hold more? A square's worth of blood? Where plates and cups circular? So funny enough, it's very much a convenience thing. So I have square pans. I'm not sure if you've ever seen them on stream before. But I have a couple square pans, and they're not very convenient in a lot of ways. It depends on what you're doing, but for unfortunately quite a lot of stuff, they're not ideal. The nice thing about circles, is like scooping things out of corners is annoying, is basically part of the summary of it. Of like the overall problem, I guess. Square for baking is okay, but yeah, you have to deal with those corners a little bit. How many higher am I? Oh man. I'm way too high. I'm way too high for this, man. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve to be Joe Rogan's today. I can't believe I did that to you, chat. I'm so sorry for Joe Roganing. No, I did it again. I'm such a cruel, cruel man. I don't know, it's 900 degrees in my room, it's probably why. I'm getting baked, and not in the fun way. Considering the jokes I make, it's always funny that I've never really done drugs. Unless you count ibuprofen. I can't believe you would take ibuprofen. I trusted you. Calling the police. 900 degrees Kelvin? Wait, what? 1 second. I can check this real quick. Kelvin. 900. Oh, it's just 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Normal temperatures for normal people. Well, I mean, I don't really know it too, but I have a calculator. We have technology! As good old Patrick would say, no! SpongeBob! You ruined it, SpongeBob! Celsius plus 273? Wait, what? Is it actually? Wait, that doesn't... You're off by 0.15. I mean, I guess so. The only, like, I guess it's weird because, like, the... Yeah, I guess, yeah. Installed Tubi on the TV. You Americans and your pharmaceuticals? What is the temperature in pi? Crud, I'd have to convert degrees into degrees into degrees, into degrees, into degrees. Wait, so because, okay, you have access to American TV, you have to deal with, oh no. I really hate that about American TV. The worst part is because, like, yeah, we've used some of those free TV services before. Apps, whatever. There's nothing like it not knowing who you are, and it just, like, picking whatever it thinks may possibly kind of be relevant. I don't know if it's, like, location or what is the best it has to go off of, and if it is, I'm very worried about some of the ads it picks. Because, like, I think the last thing I personally need is ads related to dealing with AIDS. And I find it funny because it's like, well, so long as it's not Google giving me those ads, because if they're giving me those ads, then I have to worry about if I actually do have AIDS. I don't know in what way I would have obtained such a thing. I don't think you can just get it by sitting on some toilet out in the wilderness. But boy oh boy, if Google starts telling you about it, be afraid. From the well? Oh no. Oh gosh, you VPN to specific states? I'm actually, oh gosh, yeah, now I'm curious. Because I don't really actually, because it costs money, I don't actually have a VPN, if I'm being completely honest. Probably would be for the best to get one. I'm just finding one that I would trust. You know how I am. Should I trust my internet provider if I don't trust some random VPN? I don't know, probably not. But hey, at least they operate in my country. Did you hammus too much and hurt yourself, bot? Not too bad. In fact, one would even say not too shabby. Not too crabby. Risking destroying everything. Let me just do this real quick. I can't believe the bot is suffering from a hammus epidemic. Oh, it is getting way too hot in here, man. I definitely... I don't know. I don't think I should go overtime. Central cooling. Must get central cooling. In next house. Where is Hammus anyway? This looks ugly as heck the way this looks right now. There we go. Generally better. Okay. Yeah, like these spots, I hate them so much. Ew. Really? That took out that much? Or wait, no, actually... Ah! Oh gosh, making rivers look good in Minecraft is so bad, dude. There. That's fine. This is also, you know... Yeah, this is fine. Whatever. Good enough. I'm not? Oh. So silly. The bot is such a bully. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Except for I've been trying my best these days with my existence on the internet to slowly change the way I, like, act online to, like, I've always been decent at speaking in text in a way that, like, has a level of positivity to it, but I haven't been, like, I don't know, I guess you could say practicing that mindset recently. In the way, like, I haven't, like, been picking things that are other than just what feels like just complaining all the time. And so, yeah, no, the bot being a bully is comically, like, opposite to my mode of operation currently. As my mode of operation is to try to contribute as best as possible, because if I don't, no one else will in the online space. See, if I wanted to be a bully online, the problem is, and this is where, like, I feel like if I don't contribute positively, the world is just going to be, like, negative on its own. It's really easy to troll people. Is this up or down? This is up. Like, it's really, like, watching the online space, especially with the way communities are formatted right now, everybody being in their bubble is, like, it's just Troll City, I guess. And funny enough, like, even if you're, like, at times falling for trolling, if something is bait, if you can format your response in a certain extremely calm kind of way, you can, like, really wreck a troll's attempt at baiting, because if you're, like, the best response in a thread or whatever online, then it calms everybody else down and, like, diffuses the bomb that they've set. Though, obviously, it is one of those things where you never truly know whether you are responding to bait or a frustrating person online. And that's kind of part of why it's so easy to troll these days. It's crazy to see just how many communities are just absolutely loaded with, like... I mean, communities are almost built like honeypots these days. Maybe one day. This hill is, like, way too much. Wait, what? What? I've been doing this the entire stream. Did you just start noticing it? No, like, the entire... I redid this entire area this way. This wasn't a... I didn't think this was a problem. I mean, this entire area is done like that. I don't really have another option for terraforming. I didn't even, like... I'm aware of trypophobia. Trypophobia. I'm very much aware of it. I've known plenty of people that get all squeamish about it, but I didn't even, like, register this as something that could set that off. And I'm not sure what to do. Wait! Oh no! Is that the difference? So this is messing you up. But... Is this as bad? So, like, I do that, and they're, like, bumpy outward. And then I do this, and they're bumpy inward. Is that the problem? I was using the outward bumpy tool earlier. Oh, no. It's the inward bumping that you don't like. I don't have much of a choice to do this part of the map. I mean, this is just how I do terraforming. I mean, I'll try to smooth it out as quick as possible. Wait. Can we... Okay. Can we offset this? Where, like, you know, the fact that I'm smoothing it, does the oddly satisfying part of that, like, offset it? With me talking about Noida stuff a moment ago, I keep remembering there's a type of cipher, subset of ciphers called homophonic ciphers. And people keep getting confused when they're new to the server and like, contributing. Or at least for a while there when it was, like, really active. People kept mistaking it for, like... People like, homophobic cipher? Why would the Noida devs do this? And, like, some of us had made the joke ironically at some point. But some people... Like, one of the moderators got really confused and, like, was very concerned for a second, considering, like, literally half of the moderation staff for that server are trans? And so, it would have been... Imagine the sheer fallout where, like, including some of the admins of the server... half the server is LGBT in some way, and then, oh no, the developers are evil! But anyway, that was homophonic. Phomic? I don't entirely remember how to pronunciate correctly. Well, true, they are evil. And at this point, I've determined that largely from the fact that the cipher, even if it is ever solved, is incredibly cruel as a thing to even ever do to people. Like, there are so many people... I talk about this a lot, about how, unfortunately, it has burnt people out of the game, because a lot of people don't accept the idea that it would be cryptographic in nature, for whatever reason, even though the developers seem to love cryptography. And so they search for hours and hours and hours in-game, looking for something that could somehow relate to it. And obviously there's nothing. Because it's entirely built to be... Like, I think the developers have even told us that we have everything so to solve it, but it's, I guess, a little hard to accept for some people. That what they mean by that is that the cipher is everything. Now, what I've been doing, I guess that does get into am I going against that? And also, am I misquoting that? Because maybe that's actually not accurate. Now that was that a misquote that I just presented like fact? Oh no. Maybe it is just that it's solvable right now. But either way, we've dug through everything. Besides the one thing I'm looking at, there's nothing left. There really isn't. There's like some engine code, but that might be more Cauldron related. Aren't you looking at sand? Yes. That's all that's left is sand. Was it this one? I guess this one is just better at what I'm trying to do here. Sorry, I made a bunch of these weird brushes, and some are better for tasks than others. Oh, crud. No, don't do that. Why are you making the cliff cube? Because it's different. I'm different. This area is going to be more like this in style. And so I'm sort of aesthetically transitioning the area. Brush, smooth, 8-1. Now, can I go, like, decimals? No. What are you making this island Minecraft inspired? Or, wait, Minecraft inspired? An island in Minecraft? Functioning under the functions of Minecraft? Wow. It's based on a map that a friend of mine drew. If you actually want an answer. How do I do this again? There it is. Phew, correct. Where's the guns if it's based on a mobile game? I don't see no guns. Didn't think of that. Unnecessarily aggressive with viewers again. See, maybe I am a bully. My humor involves inflicting pain. Okay. Yeah, I like this. I can work with this. Does it count as a sadist if it's for humor? Is humor close enough to pleasure to, like, terminologically, like, relate the two? Yes, I did. I practiced literal interpretation of spelling of words. That is why the French are my enemy. You can't spell something with the word sad involved, and then tell me it's not pronunciated sad. Eventually I will be contradicted enough on this that I will just go to full spelling anarchy. Or pronunciation anarchy. You're not French? Yeah, the French. Note, I do not actually have anything against the French. Racism back. Or, I mean, I guess technically, yeah, racism in some level, but also, we need another term. I've mentioned this before. Oh, crud, I put it on the wrong brush. There, I'll just, wait, what brush did I? Oh, I put it on this one. We need another, like, okay, there probably are terms, but I need, in my own brain, a better understanding of the terms that are adjacent to racism, that are related to hating on cultures. What is this? Is this water? Why is there a hole of water here? Or, like, ethnicities? Well, okay, yeah, xenophobia. That's the one I guess I must be missing a little bit. Though that one can get weird because sometimes people that are, like, xenophobic can also mostly just care about, like, oh, well, I don't hate them, but I don't want them here. Which it's like, it involves so many layers of bizarre dissonance sometimes. I don't know. But yeah, I think xenophobic a lot of times. Problem is, sometimes, so xenophobia usually has to do with, like, people from outside of your country, but sometimes, xenophobes, or if you try to define, like, xenophobe as just that way, you miss out on the people that are hateful towards other subcultures of their own country, so, it's complicated to say the least. But yeah, I do want to be careful and not too, like, hypocritical about the silliness that, in the last few weeks, there have been a lot of jokes about French as a language on stream. And it's mostly because every word that I cannot for the life of me pronounce correctly on the first try. Origins from France. They just have a lot of weird, like, language rules. But I don't want, I don't want to be, like, too weird about, like, making it almost sound too serious. Jokes of, like, oh, it's the French again! That maybe not the greatest habit of comedy. Yeah, just because, like, it's like I've talked about before, something that has annoyed me in the One Piece fan base. Because in One Piece, a lot of the number 2, like, right-hand man of like, the villains are often, like, tan skin, I guess? I mean, a lot of characters in One Piece have tan skin, so it's just, I mean, it's kind of expected. But anyway, because of that, there's this meme in the community that it's like, Minority Hunter Zoro, because Zoro, being the second most powerful in the crew, always fights the like right-hand man type characters. And like, yeah, just certain coincidences and other things. The fan base likes to joke that like Zoro is some racist evil man. And when it comes to humor that is like off the wall, it's like it's not like too horrible. It's I guess supposed to be funny because it's so ridiculous, and you know, Zoro would never be like that. And you know, people like in their fan bases, they like their slander, as they call it. The things that's just like, oh, I like this character, so I must jokingly hate this character that they don't like. So like in One Piece, you get a lot of the Zoro versus Sanji fans. It's like a whole thing. So I think it's part of the character slander kind of things. I mean, fan bases have like fake stock markets where, as chapters come out, people jokingly buy and sell stocks of characters depending on how well they're doing in the story. So you kind of get some expectation of that. But for people out of the loop of a lot of this, yeah, I wouldn't want to be like I wouldn't want to be like a minority and then have like this show that I really like that has like a whole message of like, you know, it's actually like really good about like equality being like one of those things people seek, and freedom and all that, and just people being good to each other is kind of part of the goal in some ways. And then like you get some edgelord making a joke about how a character you like would want to kill you in real life, and it's just like, yeah, no, that's not good vibes. That's not good vibes at all. Well, yeah, like, luckily, it's not like it's a majority of the fan base kind of thing, but it is one of those things. I have seen people luckily start to push, like, discouraging the jokes related to that, just because it's... One Piece suffers from being a very large fan base, and so... Like with a lot of other fan bases, you can't just go, oh, you know, the whole fan base is toxic and horrible and whatnot. No, it's just like, it's like statistically, you're always gonna have, in a fan base, a small percentage. I mean, some fan bases worse than others, but in any fan base, even one like One Piece, where some of this goes against, I guess, some of the messaging of the show. But yeah, you're always gonna have some level of like edgelords and just angry people. Yeah, when your fan base is as big as One Piece's is, that kind of stuff is going to be a minority. Wait, oh no. That stuff is going to be a minority of the fan base still, but there's so many people, you could still get a large crowd of them together if you wanted to, for some reason. I don't know why I'm putting so many finishing touches on this. Hey look, I did it. I did exactly what the boss... Boss? Bot? I guess it's my boss now. Oops. I did exactly what it said I would do. Well, I finished this river, though, which is cool. It is funny, it's a little wide for how big the lake is. Let me look at the map again. I mean, that lake is supposed to be a decent chunk in size. Yeah, it's supposed to be larger than that one. Let's do a little bit more. Oh, right. Wait. Apparently, the bot doesn't like all the pressure. But yeah. Like, another topic with the One Piece fan base that came up recently, or it comes up a lot, because, like, again, like, whenever I talk about this type of stuff, there is some level of people being part of the fan base, people being lurkers. I would consider myself more of a lurker to, like, some of the subreddits and other places. I know, like, okay, one thing I can say. If you want to, like, lurk extra, like, supplementary One Piece content, like, some of the memes are fun. But do not just start clicking, like, random YouTube videos, because it will just become a nightmare of suggestions. I think, okay, so, like, part of what I was going to bring up are some of the people that over time have grown to, like, be, like, pessimistic about the series, or overly critical of it. Like, being critical of it is fair. It's not, like, some impossible to criticize series. But, like, there's specific stuff where, like, part of my problem is, like, the One Piece fan base, again, maybe it's just because it's so big, and maybe it's just because of how the online spaces these days are in the eternal September, and there's just too many teenagers involved. But I'm never getting rid of the random blood. How else are we supposed to know where the cities are? But, like, One Piece suffers from a very bad media literacy problem. It's not blood. Look, they're guidelines for where the cities go. Like, that one should make it super obvious. But yeah, so the One Piece fan base suffers from a pretty bad media literacy issue. And so, if some random YouTuber has, like, really bad takes, then, like, you'll get a percentage of people that will start complaining about an issue of the series that everybody else is like, what are you even talking about? That's just not even true. Even on a subjective or whatever level, could you, like, huh? Well, okay, so these used to be lines. Like, oh, one second. I can get you an overview. You'll understand once I'm in the air. See? There used to be lines here. Yeah, like, remember what I said about Minecraft and SpongeBob recently with YouTube trying to suggest videos to me? Where at first it's fine, and then it starts giving you worse and worse content. Where it's just like, yeah, like, at a certain point, you're like, okay, I agree with these things. And then you're like, wait a second. No? What are you on about? And, like, one of the things that messes people up, too, is there's, like, a sub-fan base of One Piece fans that are, like, fans of certain One Piece YouTubers. And over time, because the YouTubers slowly run out of content, the YouTubers, like, devolve into, like, game theory level content, where or I guess film theory,
where it's like the most bizarre, but I guess decently detailed theories for the story. And people will start to think, okay, well, they told me this theory has to come true. And if it doesn't come true, because the fan base is horribly terrible at guessing what Oda is going to do next. Like, it's really actually funny to me how comically terrible the fan base is at guessing the story. I mean, not like I'm any better, but I guess that just speaks to, and usually, like, we don't guess it correctly, and it's cooler than anything anybody could come up with. So definitely he's been, like, mulling this story over for a very long time. But, yeah, because people's favorite theories don't always come true, they start getting, like, really uppity about it sometimes. Or, like, again, like with the Zoro thing, there is some level of, on the surface, there's the jokes involved, but there actually is a problem where you start to get, problems of, like, the slander that starts as jokes starts to have people that believe it. And so it's like people hate certain characters for things that just never even happened in the show. But yeah. You mentioned gold hockey. I know one of the older memes in the fan base was blue hockey. And if anybody ever took those jokes as something that was going to happen, I'd be very impressed. I think it was always attached to a joke of, like... Because one of the funnier jokes of the fan base for me is whenever people, like, start joking about how such and such early character is gonna come back and be, like, the most powerful dude ever. And so it's just like, I think blue hockey was like, Arlong was going to come back and he would have blue hockey more powerful than anything we've ever seen. But then, yeah, it's like, I don't know. When a fan base is large enough, like, gullible people can cause, like, such a stir, I guess. Or a joke like that that's so obvious can just spiral into madness. I mean, unless you're talking about part of the recent anime where there was a moment where the animators, like, made everything, like, golden colored for, like, stylistic stuff. But that's another problem that I guess arises is, people taking what Toei has done for, like, stylistic reasons or whatever other reasons they change things and, like, acting like it's, like, meaningful when unfortunately Toei does things that aren't faithful a lot of times. Like, the whole problem that Oda is, like, okay, he's a bit of a pervert himself, like you expect in the anime industry. But he gets, like, a lot of flack for being worse than he is. Because people attribute the fact that Toei has been drawing, like, the female characters in the anime, unfortunately, as time goes on, Toei starts drawing them so incredibly, sexualized. So, like, all of the female cast have, like, notably larger breasts than they did at the beginning of the series. Is, like, one of the unfortunate examples. Yeah, Oda gets flack for, like, as if he did this.
But then people compared the manga panels, and it's just like, no, yeah, like, these are basically the same as what they used to be. I'm really, really hoping the upcoming The One Piece remake of the anime gets rid of some of the baggage of Toei Animation's effect on the series. Okay, I think that size, this bean-sized lake... Sized lake? Bean-shaped lake, I think, is good now. Yeah. I mean, obviously, Oda has his own things where he's a bit perverted, but boy oh boy, it does seem a lot worse once it gets to the anime. Oh yeah, I had a complex day bot. Yeah, I just finished bot. I think I'll wrap up the conversation and call it here. That's pretty cool looking. But yeah, the I don't like the random voice. You mean this? 1 second. That's just a rendering error. Don't worry about it too much. There, it's gone. I don't know why these happen. They go away eventually, but just rendering errors. Anyway, let us let us TP KingCrabmaster doot 180 0 bump screenshot. Yeah, for the most part the rivers are done, which is actually a major step. Yeah. That moon is still kind of weird looking. Lonely Volcano? Death Island. Anyway, you know what's the funny part about this stream? I didn't actually intend to do those rivers. A part of me is tempted to redo this river, even though I spent so much time on it last time. I'm just not sure how good it is. And it's still unfinished anyway, because this was the one I was going to work on today. And I never touched it. The stream is supposed to be funny. It is? Nobody told me that. Waterfall. Didn't happen. We'll correct it in post. Bye. Anyway, I know exactly how to ruin the stream. Don't do it, Crab. Crab, don't do it. Crab! Crab, stop! Crab, the stream! Crab, no! Okay, so something fan bases, something, people get salty, something, I don't know. Maybe I'll talk about it next week or tomorrow or something. Oh yeah, I'm playing Luigi's Mansion tomorrow. Anyway, sorry, the stream is dead now. I hope you enjoyed, I hope you... I mean, I should play Luigi's Mansion. I haven't gotten around... What else would I be playing if not Luigi's Mansion? Not like you can answer. Mario? No, I'm not playing that tomorrow. I'll play it next week or something. I hope you like the frame rates. It's been 84 years. Decades upon decades later. I mean, look how cool this is, if you can even see it right now. I don't even know if you guys can, like, hear me or see anything. Whatever. Okay, one second. Let me turn that off and end the stream. Yeah. My favorite part about turning off the shaders is that all the distance models lose their stuff. That's what I imagine the metaverse is like, just 3 FPS. My favorite part about that is you guys can't see what I see. It's like almost, it's still 30 FPS. Okay, the bot is acknowledging that the stream isn't funny. I think it's time to go. Good progress was made today. Actually went smooth? Okay, I gotta watch that back later then. I'm really curious about that. It looked like it was gonna be really crusty on your end, but that might have just been my preview? Whatever. Bye. I'm tired. It's hot in here, and I'm melting. Air conditioner. Air conditioner. Unsquish.